clatters the marker boards as he three-wheels it through Martini rather, but the effect and the result is well worth it. A 44.31 for the Wellington driver to go to the top of the order in Class C2. And that demotes Neil Tuckey down into second place, Anthony Wright in third with the same Golf. So some rapid motoring there out of the modified series production car divisions. We already have the course vehicle at the top of the hill, ready to return those cars from the top paddock area and enable us to continue through these runs, which are the first 3 competitive runs for all drivers today. So we have the modified series production cars to run through, the Downton Motor Club, which is the mini class, original minis, BMW minis, plus the odd MG Midget and Citroen and Ford Escort. Then Sports Libra, single-seater racing cars. Then we move on to motorcycles from the National Hillclimb Association. So we've got solos and sidecars, and all of that before lunch. Next class out onto the hill, a bit more of a modified series production action, Class C3 in today's programme. This time we're looking at motor cars with engine capacities ranging from 1800 to 2600 cc's. Quite a mix as well. Nissan Pulsars, Peugeots, Toyotas, BMWs, Datsuns, Renault and a Porsche into the mix, not to mention Vauxhall. But before that we have a couple of double drivers from the single-seater racing car classes, and then we'll be able to get those cars back for a little later when we hit the racing car divisions and see who's going to be the fastest overall in this first run in today's Wildlife Autosport meeting here at Wiscombe Park. A counter for the Teleportry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, in fact round 4 of the season. So on the line from the single-seater racing car class up to 1100 cc's is Mike Williams, 24A, with the MWR Storm, Mike Williams Racing, designed and built by Mike, who's from Warminster. 1 litre machine, powered off the line now in 2.45 seconds. Up through the gears in these very lightweight single-seaters. Motorcycle power, of course. Ratio to the optimum. Like 19.73 in the S's, as way off the start line with the Jedi Mark IV, Tony Bomfield from Downton. A little bit slower away from the start, 2.77 seconds. We'll see how he fares in the S's, bearing in mind Mike Williams was there in 1973. Williams completes his run with the MWR in 40.83. Bonfield to 23A's out of the S's in 21.06, so not quite on the Williams pace. As that next car number 61, Darren Stevenson with the Nissan GTI Richardson is around the whisk corner now, feeds in the power and accelerates through the slight right-hander, up the rise to Bunny's Leap, and then through the gate into the S's. A little bit squirrely under braking, but all under control. Straight lines the S's as much as you can through the left-hand kink on the way up to Saw Bench Hairpin. Takes a wide line, has a sort of double apex. He hits the early apex and clips it on the way out. So the time for 61 Darren Stevenson is a 45.09, and Tony Bomfield at 23A, stop the clocks on 43.50. So Rupert Ryle on the start line with his Peugeot. Away from the start in 3.04 seconds. Colin Richardson's time with the Peugeot 205 GTI car number 60 is a 47.37. On its progress across over Bunny's Leap. Josiah Clark, number 59, with the Toyota Starlet. Takes the time of 46.7, puts Josiah in second place behind Darren Stevenson, as the rapid Renault Clio of Paul Meadows is out on the hill. Paul had a good battle yesterday with the man on the start line, Jonathan Williamson. Williamson got the verdict at the end of the day by 1/100th of a second. So Meadows took the Renault off the start line in 2.85, and now the Porsche is on a 2.31. that differential you might well expect from the rear engine machine. Let's see if it evens itself out up the hill. At the S's, Meadows is 21.3 and Williamson is down on 21.24. So the initiative is still with the Porsche driver. Time for the BMW of James Rushworth, car number 58, 47.27. Phil Pern moves the action into modified series production cars over 2,600 cc's. Phil at the wheel of the Stuart Taylor R1. Class C3 on the start line. That's 57A, so that's Hannah Stapley on the Datsun 240Z, way off the line in 2.83 seconds. Time for Rupert Ryle, car number 56, so 49.19. Toyota MR2 car 55, under 50 seconds on a 49.57 as Peter Reed, Class C Westfield, makes his tyres protest on this new tarmac laid just in recent weeks. Yesterday was the first meeting, so you can see there's a fair amount of rubber on the track already, and certainly the levels of grip yesterday were very good, and that should hopefully help us provide some rapid motoring and some good entertainment as the day progresses. Time for 54, that was Paul Meadows with the Renault Clio, 44.73, and just a tad in arrears of the Porsche Carrera in the hands of Jonathan Williamson, car number 53 on 44.05. And rounding out Class C3 with the Vauxhall Astra GSI, that was Paul Harewood, car 52 on 46.09. So Jonathan Williamson heads the way then in Class C3 with Paul Meadows and Darren Stevenson in second and third place. Phil Pern's climb in the Stuart Taylor R1, car number 50, was a 46.88. 57.8 Hannah Stapley back in the Datsun in Class C2, 47.85, 47.85 Hannah on 57A. 49 takes us back to modified series production cars. That's a lead with the Westfield on 42.71. That puts him into, was briefly second place, but now becomes third as Jeff Blake posts a time of 40.01 in the Vauxhall powered Westfield to jump into second place behind class leader Paul Reynolds, who's nipped under the 40-second mark on a 39.63. 39.63 for Paul Reynolds. That is the fastest climb we've seen so far in the car divisions this morning, as Kieran Stevens with the Citroen C2 is over Bunny's Leap. Kieran competing in the Downton Motor Club class. Primarily all about minis, but anybody with a mini is more than welcome. So that's why we have the Ford Escort, MG Midget, Citroen, etc. Talking of MG Midgets, the time for 44 Simon Hannum in the Downton class was a 50.06 for Simon with his 1380cc machine. Kevin Taylor waiting on the start line for the green light with his Mini. Meanwhile, at the top, Kieran Stevens completes his first official climb of the day in 50. So Kevin Taylor way off the line in 3.28 seconds. Good launch for the HGV mechanic from Froome. Started hill climbing last year. It's a car that has a good history. Been raced by Downton. 41 is around Wiscombe. Chris Puddy with the Ford Escort Mark II. And then we move on to the BMW iteration of the Mini Cooper S. And we have a number of them now. They're becoming popular, the runners in the Downton Motor Club Championship. Possibly people are thinking that the original Minis have such a value that it's best to keep them safe and compete in something a little bit more modern. So Kevin Taylor, number 42, in the top paddock on 47.75. Chris Puddy with the Escort in the top paddock, 41 on 52.87, 52.87. Around Wiscombe, we now have Steve Jarrett from Wimborne in Dorset, works in the building construction industry, now in his second season of this BMW Mini Cooper S R53. At the top, the time for John Hill. Number 40 is a 49.75, 49.75. That slots John into second place behind Kevin Taylor with his 1380cc. Jack Cobb is away off the line with his R53 Cooper S. Black landscaper from Poole in Dorset. Brief specification of this sort of car is it's got a 1600 supercharged engine, limited slip differential to help put that power down onto the tarmac, uprated intercooler, a smaller supercharger pulley. Car's been lowered, so different springs in the suspension, bucket seats and roll cage for safety purposes, and this machine produces something in the order of 200 brake horsepower. The time for Steve Jarrett, car 39 at the top of the hill in 47.08. So slots him in second place now. He goes ahead of Kevin Taylor, but in second place because Ethan Cobb has inserted himself at the top of the order on 46.86. But that hasn't lasted very long because a bit of brotherly competition in the bargain here. Zach Cobb now moves into the lead on 46.79. So it's all a bit nip and tuck at the top of the Downton Motor Series. The Cobb's doing a little battle there in the Cooper S's. Zach leading the way, 46.69. Ethan on 46.46. So it's the up to 1800 Sports Libra division now out on the hill. Tim Pitfield with the 1400 Suzuki powered DJ Firecat. The maiden Duke and off the line in 2.54 seconds. He's now in the S's, exploring the levels of grip on the tarmac. Tim wasn't competing here yesterday, so he's had one practice run in advance of this visit to the hill. Neat and tidy through Stoppage. He was 20.29 in the S's. As we see David Yo. And now from the over 1800cc Sports Libra class, massive torque of the Rover 5-litre V8 in the back of Rod Thorne's Pilbeam MP43, really taking him off the line in 2.1 seconds. Now quickly into the S's to Saw Bench. Large car for the confines of Wiscombe Park, but Rod well versed in getting the positioning and placing of the car just right as he's now on the loud pedal all the way along Castle Straight, neatly through Martini in 38.59. 38.59 for Rod Thorne. Tim Pitfield's time on number 33 was a 44.21. And David Yeo on car number 32 was a 46.27. 46.27. So we'll just pick up some of those early times in sports league class. Francis Gillett with the Club Sport. Radical, car number 34, was a 43.74. And Roy Sims with his very individual Singer Chamois, or that was the upmarket version of a Hillman Imp. Car number 35 on 47.70. So at the moment, Yan Yo leading the way with the benefit of competing here yesterday. So he's on to a 42-second climb. Let's give him a nice margin at the moment over Tim Pitfield. And Francis Gillett, of course, because Francis is on a 43.74, so he slots into second place between Yanyo and Tim Pitfield. So that's Sports Libras all done and dusted as we point towards the single-seaters. Let's see now, Rod Thorne is the fastest man on the hill this morning, on 38.59, utilising the power and the torque of the Rover 5-litre V8. Paul Reynolds in second place on 39.63, so two drivers under 40 seconds. Jeff Blake just not qualifying for that club with a 40.01 in third place. 6/10 up on Ian Englehart, with Mike Williams in fifth place on 40.83. So we mentioned early on that today is the fourth round in the 2023 Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, a series that was being led by Julian Rinaldi before yesterday's meeting. Julian with his Ford Fiesta won the class yesterday, leading the class today. So he'll be hoping that that's going to help his championship positions. Matt Van was in second place with the Audi TT, ahead of James Nash, Ian Englehart, Ed Hollier, Rodney Thorne in third place. Then we have Tim Porter, Jonathan Wright, Jeff Blake and Paul Reynolds rounding out the top 10. So all of those drivers in action here today. Be looking to see if they can add to their points. And they do that by getting as close to the Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs class records for each individual class. So the closer you get, the more points you get. And they've got quite a few events to improve and enhance that position during the course of the season. Not all meetings here at Wiscombe Park count for the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, but the majority do. So next weekend, the 20th of May, we have the 500 Owners Association in residence here at Wiscombe Park. So main interest there is that machines are motorcycle powered, so they could be historic type 500 races in the ilk of 1950s machines that Sterling Moss cut his teeth on, or they could be more modern machines. A number of competitors will also be involved in getting a little bit of track time in for the meeting that follows. 24 hours later, the Vintage Sports Car Club, the big vintage meeting here at Wiscombe Park. And that will be on May 21st. We'll then have a little break until the end of July, 29th, 30th of July, and Woolwich Motor Club back with the British Championships, a two-day event which will be seeing the fastest cars and drivers from throughout the country. And we understand a number of them were watching the streaming from yesterday's meeting here at Wiscombe Park just to see what was going on and how the new tarmac was performing, because we could be looking at a new hill record if the weather conditions are right come July. Cars in the National Championship have prodigious power, and it's usually those types of machines that get involved in the hill record, which currently, just to put in context of some of the times we're seeing today, the outright hill record is 32.94 seconds. That's held by Alex Summers with the DJ Firestorm. So that is powered by a 2.65 Cosworth XD V8 engine, and that's the type of engines that were used in the American IndyCar racing, the Oval Series, a few seasons ago. So we have the ultimate cars built, constructed, designed, not necessarily in that order, for speed hill climbing, and they'll be in action at the end of July. And then 5 clubs are back at the beginning of September for a meeting very similar today with all the regional association championships, etc. Then September the 10th, all about motorcycles with the National Hill Climb Association, and an additional meeting on the 23rd, 24th of September. It's been named the Wiscombe Manor Farm meeting. Basically, it's an additional date that takes in some of the classes for both cars and motorcycles that would have been run at the now defunct Manor Farm venue up the road in Charmer. None of that is of any concern at the moment. Off the start line with his Jedi. That means we're into racing cars up to 1100 cc's. Plymouth driver off the line in 2.35 seconds. The 1100 racing car class, numerically very strong, competitive. We'll see in due course. Can be hundredths of a second deciding the issues there. As Richard John Opie is across the park now with the 1 litre OMS PR. Similar chassis on the start line in the hands of Shelley Deacon. 20 feet in the power, way in 2.57 seconds. The Crocker's already at the top of the hill with the 1000cc Jedi Mark 1 in a time of 39.11. That makes it second overall behind Bob Thorne. 20.94, then goes Shelley Deacon. Started hill climbing in a Mazda MX-5, then went to an Audi TT, now moved on to single-seaters. She's through Martini Hairpin at the top of the hill and over the line in 42.64. Richard John Opie's time, car number 28, was a 41.94. Waiting for the green light on the start line, Luke Trotman with his Force HC. A little bit of brushing and tidying up going on up at the Martini Hairpin at the top of the hill, making sure the track is in good condition and equal for all competitors. Tyres biting this new tarmac surface. Away goes Luke Trotman in 2.48 seconds. So the man leading the class at the moment, Paul Crocker, 39.1. Plymouth driver, the only man to drop under, driver in fact, to drop under in Class E1 so far. But could Ben Wheeler be the candidate to add to that number? Ben from Kilmington, just down the road near Axminster, back into single-seaters this season with the Hayabusa powered Empire Evo 2. So the Kilmington man off the start line in 2.35 seconds. Gets the car settled and on the brakes to the right hand, navigate into the S's. His time there is 18.18. So a competitive time there, as using all of the track is Tom Williams as he tries to find the optimum racing line through the left-hand bend at Wiss Corner. Back to the top. It's the Evo man over the finish line. Ben Wheeler, car number 25, in a time of 37.83. 37.83. As the computer software man gets accustomed to single-seaters again. Rapid Ben Bonford way off the line. Launched in 2.59 seconds with the Jedi. Some driver out of the S's. Time for Tom Williams with the Storm. Number 24 was a 38.45. 38.45. Tom into second place behind Ben Wheeler. As a man who knows how to drive Wiscombe Park hits the hill, that's Ed Hollier from Cullompton. Rapid, neat and tidy first practice run. Time for Ben Bonfield, Cullompton improves the 39.12. Ben into fourth place, but Ed Hollier, car 22, out of the S's in under 18 seconds and over the finish line in 37.15. 37.15 for Ed Hollier, who now goes fastest overall as we move up a capacity division within racing cars to the 1100 to 1600 split. Carol Nichols now with the Nike Mark IV 1600, previously Formula Ford machine, designed and constructed by her late father. Carol carrying on the Nike theme, off the line in 20.89 as Steve Snell forms up on the start line with the Rolt RT34 1600cc machine. He gets the green light and is away round Wiss Border in 2.59 seconds. So Ed Hollier, fastest man so far, 37.15. The man at the start line now will be looking to change that. Yesterday's victor, Andrew Forsyth, 1400cc Suzuki powered OMS CF04. Carol Nichols' time car number 20 was a 49.71. Steve Snell out of the S's in 19.33 as Forsyth moves off the line in 2.42 seconds. Steve Snell completes his climb on 40.45. Forsyth now into the S's through the split in 17.65. So it's all very nip and tuck at the moment. Can he pick up a bit of time on the upper reaches of the hill? A little bit deep coming out of Stoppage. Might have cost him the odd fraction of a second. Clean through Martini and over the line in business like 36.53. 36.53 for Andrew Forsyth. Goes fastest. The first man to break into the 36s. Wiltshire hits the track with the Rolt RT34. Tony unfortunately didn't get any running yesterday, had to pull out of the meeting, so hasn't got that date of conditions, but he's had one practice run out of the S's in 18.17, so he's dialed himself in very rapidly and completes the climb in 37.61. No Philip Montgomery Smith with the Hermes after a little altercation with the scenery in the S's yesterday afternoon, and Paul Crouton started Jaguar. So we go back to road going series production cars to pick up the Renault Clio 172 Cup car in the hands of Lucy Cox. She's out of the S's in 24.87, and the Zookeeper now powering along Castle Straight up towards Martini Hairpin to complete her run as the motorcycles are revving up. 3 wheels round Martini for Lucy Cox, and over the finish line, car 120 in 50.28 for Lucy Cox in Class A3. So that's the first run of 3 completed for the car classes. We now move to the National Hillclimb Association's motorcycle event within an event, so to speak. So we have majority of classes for 2 wheels, solo motorbikes, and then we have some sidecars in the final class as the finale to the motorcycle action. So a bit of work for the marshals to do. We've had these marker posts at Wiscombe, the S's, and at Martini. So they have to be removed. They're colloquially known here at Wiscombe as flippy floppies. They're all out of the way as the cars are returning back down the hill. And that gives, now that we've got rid of the markers, that gives bikes opportunity to lean a little bit, which is obviously a very important consideration as they go around the corners, and also it stops the passengers on the sidecars from hitting their head on the markers. So there's all good reasons for their removal. A lot of the car drivers don't have much regard for them either, as you might well have seen. They rattle them to good effect. Such are the tolerances. They're looking for the optimum line on the and particularly up at Martini, and they just brush the markers as they pass by. So as the cars are coming down, the marshals are finding the opportunity to do a little bit of housework, a bit of sweeping, a bit of tidying up. The cars tend to shortcut a number of the bends, go over the curbs or even over the grass, and that does bring a little bit of debris onto the track surface. So in the interest of keeping everything equal and safe, they are all cleared up. So for those of you at the top of the hill that might not have got the message from Jason Hayes, clerk of the course, just detailing the arrangements for food at the lunchtime. Of course, all the marshals will be stood down off the hill, so they will be given preference at the catering establishment. But there will be 2 queues, one for public, one for the marshals, and the caterers are well experienced at dealing with all this. But just if the spectating public could give a bit of room and a bit of preference to the marshals, then we can get them fed and watered and ready for this afternoon's action back on the hill. They've been on post since 8:30 this morning. Had a marshal's briefing before that, before they were deployed to their various positions, and we now see such marshals vigorously waving the flag up at Martini. That's to signal that the course car is on its way back down the hill. Course car will be the last vehicle down. It's the insurance system to make sure the hill is clear. So the red flags will come in. They will cascade, as we say, all the way down the hill, and that is all backed up by radio communication to the officials in race control. So motorbikes keen to get up and at it, and the first will be Patrick Evans with his KTM in the 250cc class. He's watching the official vehicle returning down and timing his preparations accordingly. 5 classes of solos here, courtesy of the National Hillclimb Association. We have the 2022 champion Paul Jeffrey in action on his KTM number 1, and that signifies his finishing position in last year's championship. So you'll also see Tom Short, who will be number 4. Yep, he finished 4th last year. Guy Ursel, number 5. Peter Short, number 6. Jamie Mitchell, number 2. Callum Short, number 7. How well they did in last year's championship. And now they're concentrating and focused on the 2023 series. As 22.11 is the time for Patrick Evans out of the S's. As across the parkland from the 251 to 350 class goes Andy Rayner. 3.2 seconds. Do that with the Velocet 350cc machine, moving off the line in 3.4 seconds, and now coming up towards Bunny's Leap. The motorcyclist, of course, very cautious at the start, not to put too much power into the rear wheel, lift the front wheel and waste time. So they distribute their weight, lean forward on the solos, keep the front wheel down, and you will see some of them adjusting their positions. They go over Bunny's Leap as well. Again, they can get air under the front wheel there if they're knocked up careful. And of course, that happens, the opportunity for it all to go wrong is greatly increased, so they try and get that stay in contact with the tarmac. Patrick Evans did just that to complete his climb in 46.18 on the KTM in the 250 class. Andy Rayner 3:16, stop the clocks on 56.28, 56.28. As Anthony Isaac completes his climb on the Velocet with a 60.07. Mike Tilly charging on with the Honda CR 280cc machine in the 250 to 350cc class. Tilly by 270.632 to take the lead there. So our attention now moves to 351 to 500cc division. Rapid pedalers here, no more so than Jamie Mitchell, who's taken his BRC, a 500cc machine, to the top. Number 2, a time of 40.69. 694, number 2. The line goes Gary Vernon with his TM 50cc machine. And we have Callum Short in the top paddock with the KTM car, bike number 7 on 45.55. Jamie Mitchell leading the way at the moment in the up to 5cc class. Across the parkland we now have Doug Parnell with his Yamaha ZRF And with that, over the finish line goes Richard Bowker on the CRF. 46.55. So still Jamie Mitchell, number 2 in last year's championship, leading the way in the 351 to 500cc class with the BRC. Gary Vernon now over the finish line on a 48.03. That's number 525 in a time of 48.03. Next up we have some more of the solos, but an incident out on the hill. We have a faller up at Saw Bench on the approach to Saw Bench.
No,
so
not really.
525 got to the top. Doug Parnell reached the S's in 23.33, but hasn't made it to the top, so just picking the bike and the rider up, checking everything over. So we'll have a little bit of a hold whilst things are sorted out up at Saw Bench. So it's a fail for Doug Parnell, while the officials and the rescue team do their bit. In these sort of situations, it's just as we see in football, rugby sports. Now there is a procedure to be followed, just to make sure that everything is done in the best possible way. So red flag for Richard Peaty, so he will get a rerun in due course. Marshall's on, and in fact he's on his way back down the hill to the start line now, so he will be able to get cracking as soon as we have the all clear on the hill. So as we mentioned a little earlier on, the motorcycles were in action yesterday at the Torbay meeting alongside the cars. They have their own dedicated meeting here in September, which will be a round of their championship. National Hillclimb Association, who administer speed hill climbing for the 2 and 3 wheel fraternity. Motorsport UK perform a similar function for the 4 wheel competitors, the cars. Motorsport UK, the governing body of motorsport in the United Kingdom. And whether it's circuit racing, production car trials or hill climbing, it's their rule book and their guidance that we all follow, and it's National Hillclimb Association that work with the ACU for the motorcycle events. And as part of that procedure, Motorsport UK also provide a steward present at all meetings. We have them here obviously yesterday and today, just to run alongside the events officials and make sure that everything's done correctly. They will inspect the course before we start in the morning, and you will see that procedure completed this afternoon before we get underway after the lunch break, just to make sure that all is a-okay, that there's a good contingent of marshals, that all the safety equipment is current, all the fire extinguishers, all serviced, etc., Everything is correct, ready for the event. So some lengthy procedures up at Stoppage. May be a good time if you're in the vicinity of the Paddock area and the start line to nip in and grab a bite to eat, have a look at the cars, etc. So we're mentioning the program for the rest of the season, and that featured next weekend the Vintage Sports Car Club on the Sunday. That is a huge meeting, and if you're interested in anything historic, then it's a must-do event, so to speak. We have the 500 Owners Association on the Saturday, and a number of the VSCC people, competitors, will be a part of that, getting a little bit of track time. So we have things like ERAs and massive turn-of-the-century machines with, I don't know, huge aero engines, 24 litres, massive things. They can hardly get round the hairpins at Stoppage, but they are such a sight. And of course, Wiscombe Park, as you've seen today, in the spring with the bluebells in flower, superb place to be without considering the motorsport. So we're getting involved in some detail at Stoppage, so bear with us whilst that is remedied. On the live stream now, watching some of the highlights from earlier this morning. Notice that the sun reduced a little bit. The bright sun earlier this morning been replaced by a bit of cloud cover, but as long as the temperatures stay up, that shouldn't be a problem. And the main considerations in speed hill climbing is track temperature. If the tarmac stays warm, then the super soft compound hill climb tyres can do their bit. Because we're looking here at rubber compounds that are a good deal softer than you might see on a normal circuit racing car, because we haven't got the opportunity of doing warm-up laps. So the drivers come down to the start line, can spin up the wheels, front wheel or rear wheel, depending on the specification of the car, generate a little bit of heat into the tyres there, but other than that, that's it. So they arrive at Wiscombe, in the case of Wiscombe Park, blasted off the start line, and have to be wary that there's not maximum grip from their tyres. Particularly when we're talking about slick tyres in the racing cars, sports Libre classes, and the modified sports cars and saloons. But even the road-going cars will be using tyres that are designed for a competition, totally road legal, but compounds will be a little bit softer. Performance will be the main criteria. So they're not the type of tyres that you've been getting 40,000 miles out of on your family saloon. But when you're charging up Wiscombe Park, you get that little bit of extra grip, or possibly a lot more extra grip, to help you along the way. So the tyres are very, very important at all times. In the top echelons of speed hill climbing, the British Championship, which I said earlier on, comes to Wiscombe Park at the end of July. We've had a little bit of a tyre war between Avon, who've been historically acknowledged as the masters of rubber technology in hill climb tyres particularly, also historic racing tyres. Pirelli then came onto the scene and gave them a little bit of a nudge. Some of the leading runners went to the Italian brand, but now it appears that Pirelli have withdrawn, leaving Avon to themselves again. But unfortunately, the owners of Avon Tyres, which is an American company called Cooper Tyres, they have given notice that they are closing their manufacturing unit, a massive unit, in fact, up at Melksham, which was many times run under the heading of Avon Tyres, latterly Cooper Tyres, but that is going to be closed. So at the moment, there is a little bit of a question mark over going forward tyres, because we mentioned it's most important in the championship, British Championship, but actually, if you wander around the paddock today, those that are wearing slick tyres, most of them are Avons. So, still, no doubt, the manufacturer might well step in and fill the breach. But that's all for 2024. Season here in 2023 to complete first of all before we crown the Typical Quarries Wiscombe Park champion. Final event will be in September, but will be lauded and applauded at a prize giving here at Wiscombe Park in November. There's Julian Rinaldi leading the way in that championship at the moment. The first couple of rounds. Round 3 yesterday, round 4 today. Julian having amassed a total of 27.71 points with the Ford Fiesta. So he's heading up Matt Van with the Audi TT in second place, who's totaled 26.93, just 1/10 of a point ahead of third place man James Nash with the Caterham Roadsport. Fourth at the moment, before yesterday, was Ian Englehart with the Westfield. Ian quite got it all sorted in the championship business at Wiscombe Park. He's won the series 5 times, but a little bit of ground to make up with his slightly modified car this year. Changed the engine, now got a Vauxhall motor in the Westfield, but plenty of time left early in the season. Ed Hollier 5th with his Force HC, so the single-seater man in the up to 1100 racing car class, in 5th place on 26.535 of Rodney Thorne with the Pilbeam MP43. Rally class man Tim Porter occupies 7th place with the Darien T90, also in that 26 point bracket, 26.31 in fact. And then we've got Jonathan Wright of the GTR, Blake with the Westfield, and Caterham 7 completing the top 10. So a lot more motoring activity to be considered during 2023 season. So when you're not able to get to Wiscombe, don't forget there's the live stream via the internet. Not all events are covered by that, but you can keep up to date. Just drop in, drop out as you have some time during the day and see what's happening here at Wiscombe Park. Yesterday, viewers from all over the world, as far as Australia, looking in on the action at Wiscombe Park. And I dare say, as we mentioned earlier on, the British Championship contenders were just keeping a watching brief on what was going on here, ready for their visit in July. Today's meeting brought to you courtesy of Wildlife Autosport. Running hill climb and rally events at Cricket St Thomas. Getting the wildlife title for today's meeting. Combination of clubs brought together under the heading of Wildlife Autosport. So we've got Taunton Motoring Club, obviously based in Taunton, and there's a good record of their activities in today's programme. And also we've got the Club, well versed in hill climb events, rallies, trials, etc. So a lot of expertise involved running meetings such as the Hill Climb, and Taunton Motoring Club, Burnham-on-Sea Motoring Club bring that together under the umbrella of Wildlife Autosport. So we're looking at making the events as professional as possible. This type of motorsport will exist on volunteers, be they officials from the Clark and Cross team, all the way through to marshals, be they on in the paddock, or actually, looking after spectators as they come in, etc. Volunteers to make the day weekend away. Beginning to return to their posts at Castle Straight and Saw Bench, and back down into the S's. Use this slight delay to brush and sweep the hill, etc. Make sure it's ready for the rest of the motorcycle entry. We've got as far as the 351 to 500 class, so we've got to run through that. Fastest in that class, Jamie mentioned, on 42.69. In fact, Jamie fastest motorcycle driver so far this morning. Then we're into the 550cc class, and we'll be looking at Paul Jeffrey there, but I see somebody just pushing to one side at the start line. So we'll be seeing Paul. We'll have to wait and see, but a lot of rapid riders in the 511 750 class, including Tom Short, Guy Ursel, Peter Short, all riding KTMs, all highly positioned in last year's championship, as was Peter Short, in fact, all on KTMs. Tom Short was 4th, Guy Ursel 5th, Peter Short 6th, all with KTMs of various engine displacements: 637, 613, 638 and 650. So plenty of variety. The tuning of the engines, basically the same machine. So that's the 501 to 750 class. Then we'll be looking at 750 cc's and over. We have some monster machines there, 1300 cc KTM's, heavy bikes, 1000 cc Suzuki's, etc. And then it's into the sidecars, single wheel drive of course, at the back. And we have Honda Formula 2 600 in the hands of Simon and Jane Foster, and the 500cc Windle Kawasaki, and on that we'll see Kevin and Sarah Jewell. Right, due to the incident on the hill, which is still in the act of being finalised, it's been decided to curtail motorcycle practice, so they will return to the paddock area, as those of you at the lower part of the hill can see. We will now go into the lunch break whilst things are being tidied up on the hill, and we'll come back to you with a time for resumption after the lunch break. So it's a good time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the surroundings here at Wiscombe Park. And when we're good to go, we'll be back with you after the lunch break.
Dave Pierce, could you check your radio volume control? Nigel, turn your radio on, please.
Attention Hill, just in case you made your way into Wiscombe and wondering what's going on, we have had an incident on the hill before lunch. We're just waiting for some medical stuff to arrive. Nothing serious as such, but we're just holding the vent for a few more moments while we do that. So just in case you're wondering why we seem to be having a very long lunch hour, we're just currently waiting for some additional resources before we're able to start. For those that are regular to Wiscombe, you appreciate we need rescue and doctor on the hill, and at the moment they are dealing with somebody. So for the moment we're just paused, but we hope to resume the activities fairly shortly.
Always. What could be happier than a day of hill climbing?
It's the compound they cut 4 hours.
left-hander, working the original way of doing a long bite, so the left kick on the way up, full way surface. All dive to an early apex there, gets very close to the bank on exit, but tries to pull off and stays away from harm. Final hairpin, Martini, big minus 51.34. That's the first run, 7.09.
Right. Not scouting for an interview then. Hello mate, you alright? Yeah, pretty good. It's quite nice. I finally found me sunglasses. Been lost all day. Oh, like that, is it? No, I put them in my case for safekeeping, and they were safely there. Yeah. I hadn't looked around your car before. There's quite a lot of floor, isn't there? All of the splitter and the edges, and the floor is quite wide. Moderate diffuser on the back. Yeah. Nice.
He's the gifted driver. My younger brother used to double drive with me until he destroyed his back. Basically, I'm the spanner man, but he's the driver. He put this up here in 38s.
38.
It was a high 38, but it was a 38.
Punchy.
Just gifted.
Yeah. Wow. You going well today? Just smiling there.
Can't take too
Or is that a
seriously,
grimace?
can you? Come here.
To be honest, if you're not smiling, you're not winning, are you?
What's the point? It's supposed to be for fun.
Exactly. Awesome. It's going all right today. Well,
There's a few exceptions, but
yeah, a couple of people not having such a good day, but mostly it's lovely. What do you think of new surface? Yeah. So what engine's in this?
2-litre Ford Z-Tech.
Okay.
It's a Mondeo engine.
Yeah, SD170 effectively, I guess, is it? Or is it
earlier
prime?
than that.
Earlier than that, okay.
The car is 27 years old. That engine is started off with 1800 and then like 3, so the engine's probably about 25 years old.
Okay.
Faithful old friend.
Yeah. So how are you finding, because a lot of people are saying that tarmac is a bit grippier. How are you finding it with weight and power and everything? You finding it's bogging a bit more?
It's an awful lot grippier. I don't claim to do much in this, but I generally make a very good start. My first splits are fast.
Cool.
So far today, on the 3 runs, I've bogged on every one. I'm up in the revs for launch. And I'm still not. So grip.
I didn't think quite the time that I wanted to because I was going to meet my brother in his MR2 North Side, so I was thinking that gave me a bit of
is
an edge.
it?
But then I've got low power.
And that's auto as well, isn't
No,
it?
it's
Oh,
manual.
that's manual.
Yeah, it's a 600cc
Yeah.
K car.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very nifty. The suspension's amazing. The tyres aren't perfect because I can go for a stickier tyre, but
Yeah.
so I can't get off the line quick the time there.
Okay.
But it's 53 for a 63 horsepower time. So,
That ain't bad at
63
all.
horsepower car, so yeah, I'm pleased with it.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
I only paid 350 quid.
Really?
Yeah, I did spend more on the wheels, tyres, and the suspension, but that doesn't count.
They don't count. It's the
Yeah.
purchase price that's important.
Exactly, yeah.
Everything else is like wheels, 45 quid, suspension, 45 quid.
Call it that, yeah.
Yeah. New set of tyres, 45 quid.
Yeah, have
Yeah.
after all.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's a good laugh, and it gets a lot of interest.
Yeah, yeah, it's a cool car.
I wasn't expecting to like it a bit, actually.
Is it front wheel drive or?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm used to, actually. So,
Yeah.
But it would probably be better being a short car like this if it was rear engine, rear wheel drive rear engine.
Yeah, possibly.
It goes quite. It's like on a rails really. 'Cause it's all low, especially with a convertible. It's got all the weight in the bottom chassis. So, if I got the roof off it, I reckon that's probably a big chunk of weight, and it's weight high up as well. So
Yeah, make a fair bit of difference.
better.
Or a remap. I mean, it's
That's the plan.
63 horsepower, and if it's 660cc,
I think
should be.
120 top, what I've read.
Ooh, not on standard internal, surely.
I don't know. I do know someone selling a spare engine, so I may play with this one and see what it can take. Or maybe I should do the right thing and build the other engine and take the This one's actually had an engine replacement not long ago. Garage blew it up.
Nice.
They over-tightened the spark plugs and sheared off, and then bit of spark plugs flew around inside the cylinder or
Nice.
something. Yeah. So they broke the engine off, so they put in a new one. So it's only done 53,000 miles, but it has a new engine as well. So I think I lucked out for the price. I didn't need another car, so I just gave them a really good offer.
Well, yeah.
But no, it was. I feel like I should pay them a bit more, really. But I did say maybe I should pay them more. No, it's their price. We needed the car gone.
Why?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see a little bit of activity on the hill now as we prepare to resume the meeting. Our logistical situations have been resolved with regard to the incident before lunchtime, and the rider has been conveyed to hospital for attention there, and we can, once we get the recovery rescue vehicle back on post, we'll be looking to resume the meeting. We've got marshals on their post, ready to go. Clerk of the course's representative and the Motorsport UK steward are doing their final inspection. Although that was achieved earlier in the day before we started practice, we've had a downtime, so with best practice to go through that procedure again and ensure that everybody is accountable and all the resources are ready for this afternoon. So we're moving towards action on the track. Before the stoppage, we were running through a practice run for the motorcycles. That will now be abandoned, so we will go straight to the second of the 3 runs for the cars, and then 2 runs for the motorcycles if all runs to plan. So that's the programme going forward to this afternoon. Andrew Forsyth, of course, with the OMS CF04, the fastest man at Wiscombe Park today, with a 36.53 second climb. Ed Hollier in second place in the up to 1100cc class with his machine on 37.15. That's the Force HC. Tony Wiltshire with a larger capacity. Ralt in third, having climbed in 37.61. And also in the 37 second bracket, Ben Wheeler with the Evo 2, 37.83. So Forsyth, the only driver to have broken into the 36 second banding so far in today's meeting. So whilst we get prepared for the running this afternoon, those of you with a programme might like to update the various classes. We have a few changes in the driver and car situation. So if you can get your programmes to hand and with a pen or pencil, then in a few minutes we'll go through and just itemise some of the changes. Number of withdrawals and additions, cars that are braking, say a meeting, an event last weekend, and drivers been forced to withdraw, things like that. So we'll go through an update in a couple of minutes' time. So with the course vehicle returning down the hill, we'll just go through those changes. Then we'll start off in Class A1, road-going series production cars up to 1400 cc's. So we've got an addition at the top of the running order, so to speak, under competition number 154, and that's Sterling Hannon, Hannon, with the Nissan Micra, a 998cc car. So that's an addition of 154 Sterling Hannon driving a Nissan Micra. Further down the order we have the Hillman Super Imp listed for Alex and Jenny Howells, running as car 148A. They have withdrawn. They're non-starter, and Alex and Jenny Howells 148. Into Class A2, and an amendment there in the form of a change of car. Car 139, Roger Hodgson, now an MGB Roadster. So MGB Roadster instead of the TF for car 139. And Peter Ramsden with the Toyota MR2, car number 134, is a non-starter. Into Class A3, road-going series production cars again. This time we're looking at 1800 to 2600 cc's. Non-starter there, 128, is Mike Ford with the Audi TT. But instead we have another Audi TT running under the number 130 and driven by Richard Mullis. Richard Mullis with the Audi TT. Larger capacity, this car, 1847 cc's. That's 130, Richard Mullis, Audi TT, 1847 cc's. And running in the same class, Class A3, as number 106, we can add in Rodney Isles, E-Y-L-E-S, Rodney Isles, with the Alfa Romeo 4C, and that's powered by a 1750cc turbo engine, 1750 turbo for Rod Isles, running as number 106. Into Class A4, and we've got a batch of 3 non-starters there, 109, 108A, 108. So that's Richard Barnes, Jane Hibbert and Terry Headley, all non-starting, as of course 106 Rodney Isles, because he's changed car and changed class, and 103 Alan Goodair with the VW Golf, a non-starter. Then we have the rally cars, and then road-going specialist production cars, an additional class, Class B1, road-going specialist production cars with engines up to 1400 cc's, and running as number 95 we have Martin Bragg with the GTM. Martin Bragg driving the GTM, and the engine capacity 1293 cc's. All present and correct in B2. B3, road-going specialist production cars. We have an addition there, number 79, Adrian Clements with the Westfield SEIW, 1340 cc's. And 2 non-starters in the Downton Motor Club class S1, that's Nigel and Stuart Sampson, non-starting with the Alston Mini Clubman, number 36A and number 36. And then at the end of the programme, Class E1, Paul Crute with the Jaguar powered OMS, a non-starter, car number 11, a non-starter. So we're back with action on track. We pick up a double driven Renault Clio. It's a cup car, one of the Go Faster models. Car 120A. The A on the numbers tells us that 2 drivers are occupying this car today. Martin Cox at wheel at the moment. 3.14 seconds was his launch time. Martin, a managing director of a fishing company living in Exeter. Also likes to play golf and enjoys a bit of mountaineering as well. But this 2-litre double overhead cam car producing about 160 brake horsepower. So Martin over the finish line in 49.40. So it fills in a gap on the first run, 49.40 for Martin Cox. So we'll be looking to bring that car back down from the top in due course.
Excuse me about this delay.
So coming down to the start line, Simon Glover from Class A4 with the Grove Going Series production cars over 2,600 cc's. Simon works for the RAC as a patrolman, lives in Broadcliff, near Exeter. Waiting on the start line for the green light. Depart and leans on the tyres and getting the advantage of the grip from this new tarmac as he goes around Wist Corner. Launched in 2.29 seconds. The next point of reference we will have is the timing split in the S's, and he's through there in 20.01. And Simon's first run time of 42.42 to see if he can improve on. Jack Ellis leading the way in Class A4 on 41.11. We stay with the double drivers and we go into Class B3, road going specialist production cars. Pick up Victoria Larkinen with the 2-litre Caterham 7. Off the line in 3.14 seconds. Victoria will be looking to see if she can improve on her first climb of 51.16. And now we move class yet again, picking up double drivers. We go back to Class C2 because we have the Golf GTI of Anthony Wright on the hill. Anthony co-driving with his brother Jonathan. Anthony's best time 45.43. Victoria Larkinen on the hill and out of the S's in 25.41. But ETA completes the climb in 60.74. 1:07.74 for Victoria Larkinen. And now waiting on the start line for that extra run up the hill. 154 takes us back to the start. The extra addition to the entry list, Sterling Hannon with the Nissan Micra. So Victoria completing her run, having a little bit of a close shave at the bank up at Martini. The marshals doing a little bit of tidying up at the moment. They've got the brooms out. Make sure the track is in good condition for the next cars. Therefore, we're held under the red flag at the moment. Sterling Hannon will have to be patient on the start line. Started competing with this car last season. Become quite a popular car in Class A1, the Nissan Micra. You'll see we have Alan Sydenham in his more developed machine. Sterling's father Matt also conducts a Nissan Micra. So it's all about getting involved at a level and then see how it goes. If you enjoy it and you have the wherewithal to progress, then the sky is the limit, as they say. You could go stay in road going production cars or go to more modified categories where you slip onto racing rubber and more modifications. And then of course there's Sports Libre single seaters and that sort of class to really get the ultimate hill climb experience. So still held under the red flag at the moment. Marshals still doing their bit. So drivers will be looking to put together performances in each of the classes today and also to score points in various championships. And one championship that takes the attention of the locals is the Tillicoultry Quarries Series, the Wiscombe Park Domestic Championship, which is led by Julian Rinaldi at the moment with his Ford Fiesta on 27.71. So Anthony Wright would have received the red flag there with the Golf GTI, so he will be credited with a rerun as we get ready to resume the action. Flags coming in at Stoppage. So that procedure will cascade down the hill, and then we can get Sterling Hannon up to 1400 cc's. And then Anthony will take a rerun in a later group of cars. Flags are in. Once we have the timekeeping system primed, green light for Sterling Hannon. Marshall on the side just steadying the car. And Sterling will make his start, hoping to get lots of grip from the new tarmac laid here in the last couple of weeks at Wiscombe Park. All drivers are reporting high levels of grip during yesterday's meeting and the practice run this morning. So things are looking good. Sun's come out, track temperature warms up, tyres are better, so that's a good sign. Fast times this afternoon. And Sterling away off the line in 3.51 seconds as he now powers over Bunny's Leap. And down onto the line comes Neil Nation as Sterling on the brakes and through the gate, takes the first part of the S's. Right-hander in the middle, and then the left-hander up towards Stoppage. First of all, he's got to negotiate a little left-hand kink, and then into the braking area and through the right-hand hairpin. Neat and tidy there. Mission micro driver as Neil Nation is away with his Mini 1275. Neil from Downton. Started hill climbing earlier this season, so still on the long curve. Up through the S's. Let's see what his time is. In the split, it's a 29.83 as out of Wiscombe comes Steve Holly with his 1 litre Fiesta. Around Stoppage goes Nation, neat and tidy, clear of the banks. Holly is through into the S's with a 25.19. A bit of protest from the tyres from Matt Hannon with his Nissan Micra. Matt looking to improve on a time of 55.46. Let's pick up some of these second run times. Go up to 154, which was Sterling Hannon 2, so it's a little bit shy of his first run time. 153 Neil Nation. Again, it's another 59 for him, 59.91. And Steve Holly's at the top now with the Ford Fiesta on 51.26. So Steve's found 700th of a second on his second visit to the hill, as away off the start line in 3.2 seconds goes Cameron Grant from Bridgewater in the 1380cc Mini. Alan Sydenham next to run. 100cc Nissan Micra away over the bridge, departed the start in 3.12 seconds as Grant is on a perfect arc all the way through Stoppage hairpin, carrying good momentum along Castle Straight as he gets on the brakes for Stoppage hairpin at the top. 3 wheels it through there and clocks a time of 50.10. 5-1. .10 for Cameron Grant. Matt Hannon's time 151 is a 54.97. Roger Coote substituting the Fiat Panda for the Alston A40, running his car 150, stops the clocks on 53.18, so he's found a little bit of time there. And Alan Sydenham now in the top paddock, his second run complete with a time of 51.52, so he's found over 1 second on his second visit to the hill. As it's the Lotus across the parkland now. Charles White with his Elise. On the hill we have the class leader, Julian Rinaldi from Lyme Regis. Julian's second climb is a 45.91, so that's a major improvement from his opening time of 46.48. Peter Stiles, number 146 with the Suzuki Swift GTI, stops the clocks on 48.69, so he was 900ths of a second shy of his earlier time. So the only man in the class in the 45 second bracket is Julian Rinaldi, so lying first at the moment, with Peter Stiles in second place on 48.69, and it's a 51.10 from Cameron Grant in third place. So 141, Charles White, the first of the runners in the road going series production class 1400 to 1800 cc's, the Lotus man in the top paddock with a time of 54.47. Roger Hodgson now at the wheel of the MGB is off towards Bunny's Leap. Roger, a retired shopkeeper from Newton Abbot, was a founder member of the Sevenoaks and District Motor Club, did their first road rally back in 1954. Has also been active in driving tests, hill climbs, autocrosses, etc. MGB recently acquired by Roger, so getting to grips with driving that machine against the more contemporary TF, but coming back down the hill. So Chris Wales currently held on the start line as we park Roger. Bell for Roger Hodgson, no time there. So the 1800cc MX-5 in the hands of Christopher Wells, launched in 3.37 seconds. Waiting on the start line, 137 Alan Hawkins with his Toyota MR2. 2004 car, a few modifications to the induction system. Runs on standard road tyres, so Alan drives it to the event, competes, and all being well, drives it back home again at the end of the day. There's a 1794 normally aspirated engine for the Bude driver. So he's now making his way into the braking zone for Saul Bench, neat and tidy there. Bright sunlight around Saul Bench, then into the shade along Castle Straight. 2.5 litre machine. Jack taking the win in Class A4 here yesterday afternoon. Nick on the hill at the moment, an agricultural contractor from Kingsbridge. He's followed up the hill by Stephen Hepworth with the Mark 1 Cortina. A 1965 car, in fact, that started live as a GT model. Now it sports a Lotus twin cam, so it's not a Lotus Cortina per se, but it's got Lotus twin cam power unit, and that drives through a Ford 2000E gearbox. The engine produces in the order of 130-135 brake horsepower. The time for Christopher Wells then with the Mazda car 138 is a 54.1. Alan Hawkins with the Toyota car 137 in the top paddock on 50.76, and Stephen Hepworth car 136 completes his climb in 54.25. 54.25 for Stephen Hepworth. And in amongst that we have to put in Nick Ellis's time for Class A4, car 104, a time of 43.03. So Nick a little bit shy of his first climb of 42.44. So Sam Pearson, Class A2, now on the hill with the Ford Puma. Sam started hill climbing with a Ford car. That's the model KA, yep. Now moved on to the 1.7 litre Ford Puma. Sam, local man from Sidmouth, hairdresser by occupation. We have time for Michael Sutton with the T-Sport Toyota Corolla, car 135. That's a 47.69. So that goes fastest. Michael leading the class in the first runs on 48.11, but found a handsome improvement there on his second visit to the hill, 47.69. So Samuel Pearson got 133, completes the climb at 52.35. 52.35. So at the moment his first climb is best on 51.9. So moving into Class A3, again same sort of specification, road going series production cars, but we're looking at larger engines now, 1800 to 2600 cc's, and the man leaving Wiscombe is Russ Clark with the Mini Cooper S. Russ, a retired teacher of art and design, lives in Thorverton. Part of the Clark hill climbing dynasty, 3 generations at the wheel of cars here today, as James Wills rounds Wiscombe and heads eastwards up to the gate. James involved in motorsport and in a technical sales capacity, lives close by in Axminster. Going to focus on the Association of Southwestern Motor Club's Hill Climb Championship this year with this car, the Renault Sport Clio. James has been using this car on the road. It's got about, well, it had 140,000 miles on the clock. So he thought he'd give it, put it into retirement, give it a more simple life. So he thought he'd go hill climbing. And now he's progressively developed this from a standard car, modified the brakes, the suspension, differential, exhaust, tweaked the mapping, of course, critical part of that model hill climb cars, and played around with the interior. Probably took a lot of it out to save a bit of weight there. So car 132, Jonathan Langmead, the last to run in Class A2. That's the Lotus Elise, a time of 44.28. And then into Class A3, Richard Mullis running as 130 with the Audi TT. stop the clocks on 46.40. Russ Clark with the Mini Cooper S, Colt 27, is on a 51.71, and the Renault of James Wills at the top on 47.52. So he finds 600ths of a second. As Roger Grant follows him over the line. Roger at the wheel of his Abarth 595 Competizione, and his time of 51.77, so that's an improvement on his first visit to the hill. And Porsche driver Keith Zoom with the 914 on a 49.77. So look at Glenn Jones away off the line with the Audi S3. Meanwhile, into the top paddock goes Giles Madover with the Lotus Elise car 123 in a time of 46.83. Rodney Isles with the benchmark in the class after the first runs on 42.98. Lucy Cox then launches the Renault Clio off the line in 3.27 seconds. Go past the 172 Cup car as Jones is knocking the markers about up at Martini, but he still gets a time of 50.88. And John Wales car 122 clocks a 46.77 with his 1600cc Mazda MX-5. So flags out at the moment on the hill. We have time for Glenn Jones, that's confirmed at 50.88. He clattered the markers, but they appear to all be in position as course vehicle returns or comes down the hill. So we have a hold on the start at the moment for 119, Steve Roux. So Lucy Cox didn't get to the timing beam in the S's. So have a hold on proceedings at the moment, and that's where we've got Steve Roux reversing the Audi back up off the start line. So we'll just look at those first couple of classes, see where we stand. Class A1 then, Julian Rinaldi leading the way, the man who's also at the head of the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship. Julian at the wheel of his 3-cylinder turbocharged Ford Fiesta 1 litre car, has a best climb of 45.91 to lead Class A1 from Peter Stiles. Peter on a best of 48.6 at the moment at the wheel of the Suzuki Swift GTI. Cameron Grant in third with his 1380cc Mini on 51.10. So in Class A2, John Langmead doing the business there with the Lotus Elise 135R, and leading by a comfortable margin at the moment. Second climb was his best so far, 44.28, to give him the initiative over Michael Sutton with the T-Sport Corolla Toyota. Michael having climbed in 47.69. And Alan Hawkins in third place with the Toyota MR2 on so Alan Hawkins then on that first run climb of 50.67 in third place in Class A2. And the incomplete second running of Class A3 at the moment shows Rodney Isles at the top of the order, courtesy of his first visit to the hill, and a time of 42.98 from Matt Van. Got 119. Matt in the queue, ready to go as soon as we've completed some work on the tyre barrier at just beyond the gate, or just around the gate. Those who are at the top of the hill probably didn't hear the clerk of the course's announcement that car 120 now made its way to the top. You may well have witnessed that. Lucy Cox all okay, no problem there. We've just got to put the safety structures back into place for the rest of the competitors. So we mentioned Julian Rinaldi being at the top of the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship. Matt Van, who we just mentioned there, soon to run for his second climb. He's running second at the moment, a little bit shy of Julian. Julian's amassed 27.71 points. Matt in second place on 26.93. So lots of things for the drivers to consider, not just about gaining trophies from a good performance in their class, but also the long game, the season-long game, which is championship points. marshals up at the gate are involved in strapping the tyre barrier, the tyres within the tyre barrier together. The idea that is that when there's an impact from a car, the tyres don't go everywhere, but they stay in place, they stay together as a unit and dissipate the energy of the car. So quite a critical aspect of the safety requirements. So we just need to make sure that those tyres are all strapped together, so that if there should be a further impact, then the integrity of the barrier is maintained. Had a bit of use in that location over the weekend. We had a car in there yesterday afternoon. The driver's now getting confident with the levels of grip, may we suggest, and just pushing that little bit to get the most performance out of their car, their tyres, etc., and the quickest time, of course, which is the object of the game. But the Wiscombe Limited team returning to their vehicle, so it looks like that part of the exercise is complete, and will soon be good to go with Steve Rue and the Audi TT. Steve's first climb of 48.04. So he'll be getting in the zone and looking to see if he can improve on that time. Steve, a company director living in Plymouth. And this is a car that was originally campaigned by Shelley Deacon, who's driving today in the single-seater class that will have a OMSPR. A few modifications to the induction and the exhaust systems, and a bit of a remap is about the limit of the improvements to the car. 1800cc engine, of course. Will be followed up the hill by Harry Harris with his Mazda MX-5. So you have, as you'll see from the cars as they pass or from the entry list, the Audi TT and the Mazda MX-5 become very popular cars in the road-going classes. There are even dedicated classes for MX-5s. There's a Bristol MX-5 Cup Championship, and they were here at Wiscombe Park last month. Again, a good car to drive to the event, compete and drive home. And that's exactly what Steve Rue will be hoping to do. But first of all, he's got a little business to attend to, trying to improve on his time of 48.04. And he gets the green light and is away, leaving a cloud of tyre dust in 2.97 seconds. Holds on to the revs as he goes over Bunny's Leap, lets the car settle before braking and turning in to the right-hander at the gate. As Harry Harris from Axminster strides off across the parkland. Harry, a semi-retired window fitter, built this car up during the first COVID lockdown, having started competing in hill climbs in 2016. So now away off the line, Matt Van, second in the class at the moment, with his Audi TT on a time of 43.09. Far off the class leader, in fact, Rodney Isles on 42.98. So a demon run here might have a good effect on Matt Van's chances. Out of the S's in 20.85. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill, we have Harry Harris, car 118 with the Mazda on 49.33. Steve Rue with the TT, car 119, clocked 50.64. Now preparing on the start line, Steve Clark with his Audi TT QS. This is like departure from the start in 2.62 seconds. Meanwhile, Matt Van at the top in 43.28. So no improvement there, therefore not applying any pressure to the class leader, Rodney Isles. Steve Clark quickly over the finish line in 47.99 as around Wiscombe, having launched in 2.98 seconds. We have Martin Prescott with his 1600cc Fiesta. Martin in third place at the moment, just ahead of John Wales. And now preparing on the start line, the class leader and former Wiscombe Park champion, Rodney Isles with the Alfa Romeo 4C. So John White in the top paddock with his S3 Audi on 46.84. Martin Prescott got 1.414 out of the S's in 21.77 and completes his climb in 44.92 for Martin Prescott. So Rod Isles last in the batch out of the S's in 21.22. And now completing his climb in 43.81. So a little shy from his class leading time from earlier in the day, 42.98, but he stays at the head of the table in Class A3. As we do the usual retrieval act, bringing those cars down from the top paddock. Roger Hodgson coming back into the paddock area, having been spectating at Wiscombe after his spell with the MGB. So in Class A3 then, Rodney Isles leading the way after the second climbs with the 1750 turbocharged Alfa Romeo 4C on a time of 42.98. Matt Van remaining in second place, courtesy of his first climb of 43.09. And Martin Prescott working the Ford Escort hard in third place on, it's not the Ford Escort, the Ford Fiesta, sorry, on 44.83, full 4.83 for Martin Prescott in third place. So next class out onto the track will be Road Going Series production cars. So similar theme to we've recently seen on the hill, but now we're looking at the large capacity cars over 2,600 cc's. So we're looking at the likes of Mitsubishi Lancers, Subaru Imprezas, turbos, four-wheel drive, all that sort of thing will be next up once we've returned those cars to the main paddock area. So first car back on the hill will be 64A from Class C2. That's Anthony Wright taking a rerun. He was flagged in that previous batch of climbs. So Anthony with the Volkswagen Golf GTI showing with his brother Jonathan down to the start line for that rerun. This morning his time 45.43, so he's chasing a 44.31 that Jonathan posted before the lunch break. They're the fastest duo in the class. Not quite though. Neil Tuckey edging Anthony Wright actually on a 45.14. Sean Tuckey not far behind as well on 45.58. So we have a number of double drive cars, A drivers. And the next away with the Mitsubishi running as car 105. There's Martin Glover with the Evo 4 RS. Martin currently in second place with a time of 41.56. And now moving down through the classes, we pick up the mighty Datsun 240Z in the hands of Hannah Stapley from Class C3 Modified Series production cars. Hannah looking to improve on that earlier time. 105 then, Martin Glover in the top paddock with the Mitsubishi 41.88. So no improvement there over his previous climb of 41.56. And now we're moving into the modified series production classes. We have 47A Graham Blake with the Vauxhall red top powered Westfield, a wide body car. 21.71 for Graham, and now out of the S it did 21.71 and completes the climb in 44.22. 32A right on the hill. And we have 57A at the top. That was Hannah Stapley with a time of 49.78. 47A as of course Graham Blake. We covered his 44.22, and then we go to 32A Yan Yo in the up to 1800cc Sports the Libera class with a 42.67. So a number of drivers just missing their earlier time, not quite on the pace of this morning. So now it's back to Class A4, and Alex Ward in the top paddock with his 2-litre Subaru Impreza on 47.90. Now around West Corner and across the parkland goes Martin Tuck with his Ford Escort from the rally car class. Followed up by the leader of that same class, Tim Porter. 43.62 second climb to improve on for Tim. Martin Dover in second place at the moment on 46.75. Dover with the Honda Civic, the 46.75, so that's an improvement, puts him into second place. Jeff Taylor with the Suzuki Swift, number 98, another to improve, down into the 48s for the 48.53, and Martin Tuck completes his climb because he's found 800. As you see, Ian Harrison off towards Bunny's Leap with the TVR Vixen in the road going specialist production car class. But we pick up the time for Tim Porter in the rally car division, and it's a 43.64. So just 200ths of a second shy of his class lead time. Martin Bragg on his own in Class B1, the up to 1400 road going specialist production class. Martin taking a second climb in car number 95 of 50.47. So with Ian Harrison on the hill, it's Ian Hodgson around Wist Corner. Ian from Exeter, retired scientist with this wide-bodied Westfield SEI. Fitted out with a Quaife ATB differential, but powered by an 1800cc Z-Tech silver top engine, which produces approximately 150 brake horsepower. So Ian Harrison's time with the TVR Vixen car number 94, 51.37, and it's from the same class, 93, Ian Chambers with his Caterham 7, stopping the clocks on 42.96. So Tris White now making his second climb of the day with his 1700 Westfield in fourth place at the moment. As John Simpson, another Westfield SE, 1700cc here. John looking to improve on his first climb of 44.21. John from Yelverton. Competed in 2-litre Mark II Ford Escort in the rally car class. 90 then, Tris White. Has he been able to move up the order? It's a 42.89, so an improvement on the time front, but no gain there from a position perspective. So Ian Hodgson, car number 92, stopped the clocks on 49.49, so that's 0.06 of a second to the good when compared with his previous time. So red flags out on the hill at the moment. Trevor Parsons in the top paddock with the Caterham 7, car number 91 on 46.68. And John Simpson's time is in fact a fail, which is probably the reason for the flags at the moment. So Steve Hill on his way down to the start line, leading the way with his Lotus 7 on 42.17 from his first climb, and got a bit of a hold as we scramble the course vehicle again. Hard-worked marshals doing a little bit more recovery work in the S's. So yeah, recovery complete and driver A-OK, getting back in the car, reattaching the steering wheel. Top end of the S's. No doubt be tow rope just about to be tow. I think it is a rope actually. About to be connected, looped around the roll cage, and then looks like John Simpson will be towed to the top of the hill. Unfortunately, the number of offs certainly costing us time this afternoon. Apologise to the spectators. Not normally quite like this at Wiscombe. We do have the odd off occasionally, of course, but today been quite significant. It's the driver's enthusiasm, no doubt, on this new tarmac. A strip of black bitumen with one strip would be very much the same as the other, but across the course of the years, I think the previous surfaces have been down for about 10 years, give or take. Broken up, had been repaired in places, and now the new coating from top to bottom has provided a superb surface, and we're all learning about the grip levels. Some drivers are actually saying that the performance, the grip levels are enhanced, better. Others are saying, can't quite get my car to go as well as it did. It's moving around a bit more, it's not gripping, it's etc, etc. So a few puzzled looks in the paddock from those who haven't had an enhanced performance. They're working through their car setups, looking at suspension, looking at the shock absorber ratings, even a little bit of aerodynamics if you're in a single-seater, just to see if they can find that little bit more grip that's giving them confidence. They got raw grip, but the car's not handling quite like they would like, or like they have been used to, even on the old tarmac. Yeah, the next man in the paddock will be saying, what? Yes, new surface, brilliant, like it, car's going well. Thriving on it. So different things for different people, different cars. So John Simpson now making his way to the top under his own power over the finish line. So once we've got all the course vehicles returned and on station, and everybody's happy with the condition of the track, we'll be good to go one more time. The person who's going to lead off that onslaught is James Nash, currently in second place in Class B2. We're going specialist production cars. James lying there on the second step of the podium on 42.23. So his target is the class leading time of Steve Hill, 42.17. That's doable. I'm sure James is thinking that as he's preparing on the start line, just getting the course vehicle parked away at West Corner, and then he'll be looking to see if this nice bit of sunshine and a bit of track temperature will improve his performance with the Caterham Road Sport. James from Bude, 1800cc machine. Just waiting for that. He's also got to look over his shoulder to Ian Chambers in third place. He's in striking distance. So good time is required from James Nash, and he works towards that with a start of 2.53 seconds into the S's. Neat and tidy, and his time there is 20.39. A little bit close to the bank at the top of the S's, through the left-hand flick into Saul Bench and away, neat and tidy. Smooth power delivery along Castle Straight. That will pay dividends as he gets on the brakes for Martini. And over the finish line in 42.50. 42.50. So no improvement there for James Nash. At the moment, he stays in second place. Ian Chambers will be trying to chase him down though. He's done 42.96 on his second run. Probably not going to help in that respect, but 83 going into Class B3 is Richard Burnett with his Westfield Aerospace. Richard amongst the awards yesterday afternoon, and he's out of the S's in 21.54 as Adrian Clements unleashes his 1340cc SEIW Westfield. He's looking to improve on a time of 43.83. Richard Burnett's time, car number 83, is a 44.52. A little shy from his first climb of 43.98. As on the line we have the Lotus Exige, driven by Gary Dawkins, company director of the fostering company, lives in Taunton. This is a 2019 Lotus Exige, which produces 400 brake horsepower. Adrian Clements then at the top with the Westfield car 79 in 44.42. So just missing out on the improvements. That's the time of Steve Hill in Class B2. That's a 42.71. So that doesn't help his cause of improvement, but he's still at the top of the order in Class B2. As accelerating across the parkland goes the Westfield Super Booster of Adrian Lewis, banging up through the gears with the sequential unit as Ian Englehart, the class leader, prepares for his departure. He's away with his now Vauxhall powered machine off the line in 2.61 seconds. Gary Dawkins' time with the Lotus of 43.28, so an improvement for Gary. As around Wiss Corner we have Clive James from Class C1 at the wheel of his Peugeot 205. But Adrian Lewis's time back in Class B3 with the Super Booster car number 75 is 41.75, so he's found a tenth or two there. Joe Keefe, number 76, is a 43.52. Likewise, he's just edged his time, found an improvement, and that is not the same. Can't be said for Ian Englehart. He's 400ths of a second shy of his earlier climb with a 40.65. 40.65 for Ian Englehart. As we're looking at modified series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's, with retired engineer from Clevedon, Gordon Isles, now on the brakes, going through the gate into the S's. One improvement on its first offering of 46.99 as Sean Tuckey is making his bid for improvement. And now way off the line, other rapid Tuckey is a nil in the Ford Fiesta, 1660 cc's. Time for 72 in Class C1. Clive James is a 46.27. Two modified series production cars, Class C2, 1400 to 1800 cc's. Tony Lamnon there with the Citroen Saxo, improving down into the 47s with a 47.96. Gordon Isles likewise making an improvement, car number 67, 46.49. And Sean Tuckey again shaving his time down to 45.42 from 45.58. So Neil Tuckey completing his climb with the Ford Fiesta. And no improvement for Neil, still in the 45s. This time it's a 45.42. Sorry, 45.34. Sorry, 45.34. So holds his position with his first round climb of 45.14. And then we go back to Class 4 to pick up the road-going series production cars there with that climb of Jack Ellis. Jack getting down now into the 40s with a 40.57 to lead Class A4 in the 2.5 litre Impreza. And then we go to Anna Larkinen in Class B3 with the Caterham 7 and her time of 52.87. So not quite on the pace of her earlier climb of 49.76. Lost Property Department in action yet again. It's been a busy weekend for Lost Property. Current item is a pair of spectacles. Lost in the vicinity, possibly the bar area or whatever. They're of the easy readers variety. They're held at the moment at the commentary position, so have a check round, check your head, check your back pocket, handbag, whatever. Pair of spectacles handed in, held at the commentary position. So that recent climb in Class A4 from Jack Ellis of 40.57 gives him the best part of a second's advantage over second place man Martin Glover at the moment. Martin's best climb of 41.56 from his first visit. Simon Glover in second place at the moment on 41.82. Rally car class being led by Tim Porter, man who took victory here yesterday afternoon. 43.62 his best climb. That was his opening effort this morning. Martin Dover in second place with the Honda Civic Type R, having clocked a best of 46.75 ahead of Jeff Taylor at the wheel of the Suzuki Swift. Steve Hill still in control of Class B2. No improvement on his second visit to the hill, but the first run time of 42.17 doing the business there, ahead of James Nash and Ian Chambers. It's also status quo in the over 1800 division in the table, in virtue of his first run climb of 40.61. Got close to it on his second visit to the hill, 40.65, so just 400ths away. Adrian Lewis in second, and Gary Dawkins coming up into third with the Lotus. So action on the hill resumes with some of the double-driven single-seaters. First to show Mike Williams from Warminster. Mike opened up his account this morning on a 40.83. Mike started back in motorsport at the age of 15 with a Ford Anglia with a 1500 GT engine. Then went stage rallying with a Hillman Imp. Did lots of tarmac rallies with Ford Sierras, Cosworths and things like that. Then moved across to hill climbing with a Westfield 3 years ago. Built up the MWR, seeing his son Tom drive these days. And now way off the line. Also from the same class, 23A, is the Bonfield machine, of course. Only Bonfield looking to improve on a 43.50. Launched in 2.37. And at the top of the hill, 24A, Mike Williams takes the time of 42.31. So somewhat off of his opening pace of 40.83. As we have a little cloud cover, which is going to affect the temperature, track temperature, tyre temperature, etc. That will have a bearing on the levels of grip. So away goes the Peugeot in the hands of Colin Richardson. We already have Darren Stevenson on the hill with the Nissan Pulsar. He's three-wheeling it through Martini over the finish line in 45.09. So that's a model of consistency for you. Two identical climbs from Darren Stevenson. Colin Richardson out of the S's in 23.03 and around Martini and over the line in 47.01. So over 0.3 of a second to the good there, as we see Josiah Clark along Castle Straight, getting into the braking area for Martini. Stays off the curbs, neat and tidy around Martini, and over the finish line for the Toyota Starlet driver in a time of 46.57, a couple of tenths shy of his earlier time. James Rushforth worth waiting on the start line with his BMW. This is an E30 model. James from Sherborne in Dorset, looking to improve on 47.27. Jonathan Williamson, of course, leading the class with the Porsche 911 Carrera on 44.05. Paul Meadows in second place, Darren Stevenson in third, with that brace of 45.09 second climbs. Paul Harewood in fourth, and Josiah Clark fifth. Green light on then for Rushworth with the BMW. Means he could depart in his own time, and he does so. Launches in a time of 3 seconds exactly. Hurls the BMW into the left-hander at Wisk Corner over Bunny's Leap, and then he's got to get his eye in for the right-hander at the gate. Carry as much speed through the right-hander there and into the S's will pay dividends, as long as of course you stay on the tarmac. Just on his way now through the kink, preceding Sawbench Hairpin, neat and tidy. He was 22.57 out of the S's, as Rupert Ryle is now making his way through the S's. Rushworth around Martini and over the finish line to clock a time of 47.37. So 1/10 of a second off of his earlier pace, as Wellington driver Simon Pollock out on the track with his modified Toyota MR2. Turbocharged car, originally built in 1993. It's been fully stripped out, fitted out with roll cage, a custom steering column, lowered the suspension, coil-over suspension, centre lock wheels, and of course running on slick tyres. Extensive engine specifications as well, forged pistons and rods. Upgraded turbo, all to give that extra power. Rupert Ryle then with the 205 GTI car, number 56 in the top paddock on 49.88. Simon Pollock joins him there on 47.68. So driver. Not able to get into the top positions there as Phil Pern takes us into modified series production cars with the Stuart Taylor R1. Peter Reid comes down to the line. Picked up by Peter himself. Used to share the driving with his brother Robert. Car is now in excess of 30 years old. Time for 52. Paul Harewood back in Class C3 at the wheel of the Vauxhall Astra is a 47.28. Class leader Jonathan Williamson running as 53, clocked 45.21. So a little bit shy of his 44.05 that leads the class at the moment. And striding across the parkland is Paul Reynolds with the 1585cc Caterham 7. Ex-circuit car that's been modified for hill climbs as Jeff Blake takes his second climb of the afternoon. The Weymouth driver with the Vauxhall powered Westfield. Phil Pern's time, car number 50, is a 44.59, so sizable improvement there. Peter Eade in the top paddock with a 43.54. 43.54 for car number 49, so no improvement there. As West corner, we now have the Volkswagen Golf GTI that leads Class C2 with Jonathan Wright at the wheel. Jonathan looking to improve on his first time of 44.31. Duffy comes to the line with the mighty Datsun 240Z. A very wide car, for sure. Yeah, Wiscombe off the line in 2.82 seconds. Jonathan Wright, meanwhile, car number 64 at Martini, carrying good speed in, 3 wheels round, no clattering of the markers. Clean run gives him a 43.38. 43.38. So Jonathan Wright breaks into the 43s there, leading the way in Class C2. Modified production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's. Now we move to the Downton Motor Club class. First to run there, Simon Hannum with the MG Midget. 1380cc machine, looking for improvement on his 50.06. We go back to Class C3 and car 57, the Datsun 240Z with Ben Sapley at the wheel, and it's a time of 47.29. 47.29 for car number 57. Waiting for the start light to go green is Kieran Stevens in the Citroen C2 Furio. Kieran looking to make an improvement on his opening time of 54.65. Way off the line in 3.32 seconds. And Kevin Taylor replaces him at the start with his 1380cc Alston Mini. Originally manufactured back in 1967, now running in 1380cc specification and employing split Weber carburetors. So Kevin's moved lined up very much on the right hand side of the start line. So 43, Kieran Stevens completes his climb in 54.82, 54.82 for the Citroen man, and Simon Hannum with the midget will climb at 50.4456. 22.44 as the HGV mechanic from Froome is away with his Austin Mini Cooper S. Took it off the line in 3.21 seconds. Through the S up towards Saw Bench. Looking at his apexes, neat and tidy all the way. On the brakes, tight line in. Might well have lifted the inside wheel as he rounded the right hand hairpin. Chris Puddy now heading through the S's, and over the finish line goes Kevin Taylor on a time of 47.53. So he's found just over 0.4 of a second. Around West Corner we now have John Hill, having launched in 3.02 seconds. Chris Puddy, car number 41, approaching Saw Bench, neat and tidy through there, a little bit sideways on the exit, but a 52.30 for car 41, 52.30 for over half a second found there on his second visit, as Steve Jarrett from Wimborne leads the line in 3.16 seconds. This car had been a little bit modified before Stephen purchased it. Limited slip differential been fitted, poly pushed engine mounts have been added. When the budget allows, Stephen does a little bit more on improving the spec and the performance. Time for John Hill, car number 40 is a 49.74. So John finds 1/100th of a second as Zach Cobb is approaching Bunny's Leap. Produces something in the region of 200 brake horsepower. Steve Jarrett is in fact Zach Cobb's father-in-law. So we've got Ethan and Zach Cobb, brothers. Steve Jarrett is Zach's father-in-law. So very much a family affair, as the very distinctive Singer Chamois space frame chassis, or I think it might have been actually a monocoque chassis, with basically an aluminium fiberglass body shell on the top for Roy Sims. 47.70 on his first visit to the hill. Zach Cobb, then car number 37, posts a time of 47.12. Ethan Cobb running as 38 was a 46.75. So Ethan's found 11/100th of a second, and the other family member Steve Jarrett on 47.32. That's number 39, time of 47.32. So Sports Libre is now our focus, and on the start line Tim Pitfield with the Suzuki Firecat. Tim at third place at the moment, 44.21. Second placeman away off the line goes David Yeo with the Legend 34. Facsimile, a 5/8 scale facsimile of the 30s Ford. For Roy Sims, car number 35 is a 46.85. Francis Gillett, number 34 is a 42.54. So that puts us now back to third place, because Tim Pitfield's moved up to second with a second ascent of 42.29. And last away off the line, Rod Thorne, launched in 2.49 seconds. powering up through the S's to Saw Bench. And then lays the power down along Castle Straight Rod out of the S's in 19.46. Stays away from the curbs and over the finish line on 39.42. That compares with his first climb of 38.59. So the time for David Yeo, number 32, is a 46.36. So a little bit shy of his first time of 46.27. So Jan Yeo still leading the way with that first climb of 42.20 in the 1800 Sports Labour division. Tim Pitfield now rising up into second, and now only 900ths of a second shy of the class leader. So the next run could be critical for those two. So Tim Pitfield in second place, Francis Gillett now third on 42.54. So as we're returning those cars down the hill, we'll just go back and look at the situation in the Downton class. And there's Zap Cobb is in the ascendancy in the Downton Motor Club Speed Series division. Zach having power to the top in that first climb of 46.69. So brother Ethan is in second place. 46.75 is his best, posted on his second climb. And Steve Jarrett third on 47.08, which came off of his first run time. So, modified series production cars there, 1800 to 2600 cc's. Last yesterday's winner, Jonathan Williamson, leads the way, 44.05. Second, Paul Meadows at the wheel of the Renault Clio with a time of 44.73. And third place at the moment, Darren Stevenson with two climbs of 45.09 in the Nissan Pulsar. Jonathan Wright leads the way in Class C2 with that dynamic second run of 43.38. Gives him a comfortable margin over second place man Neil Tuckey. Neil's best is on 45.14 from his first climb today. Anthony Wright in the golf of his brother Jonathan in third place on 45.21. Clive James on his own in modified series production car class there with the Peugeot 205, and his best effort so far, a 46.27. So as we're working through the second climbs of the day, we move to the single-seaters. And of course they occupy the 5 fastest times overall today, with Rod Thorne 6th with the Sports Libra Pill Beam. So we start with the 1100 class. Plymouth driver Paul Crocker there, under 40 seconds on his first climb earlier in the morning, 39.11, and way off the line, 2.44 seconds. Gets his eye in and nice and braking for the gate into the S's. Time out of the S is 18.33 as Richard John Opie around his corner, just 0.02 of a second slower off of the line. So on the lower part of the hill, these two evenly matched, Jedi against the OMS. Top time for Paul Crocker is a 38.76, so that registers an improvement there, having been in the 39 bracket on his first visit to the hill. Puts him in 4th place as way off the line in 2.48 seconds. So Trotman scuttles away with the Force HC. Shirley Deacon rounds the sword bench hairpin in the 1000cc OMS PR. Shirley cleared the S's in 20.87 and over the finish line in 42.79. Quite on terms for the first climb of this morning. Richard Opie, card number 28, time is 41.52. As Ben Wheeler rockets away across the parkland with the Evo 2. Ben launched in 2.42 seconds, so 0.6 up on Luke Trotman, as away goes Tom Williams with the MWR Storm. Tom currently in 3rd place at the moment, trailing Wheeler and Ed Hollier. Ben Bonfield takes to the start line. Time for Luke Trotman, cart number 26, is a 41.81. Ben Wheeler, card number 25, again another time in the 37s, this time a 37.92. So just about a 10th away from his earlier time, slower than his earlier time, unfortunately for the Kilmington driver. Out of the S's in 18.17, but didn't make saw bench. Had a spin at the kink prior to saw bench. Marshals making their way with brooms, and I think will probably require the recovery vehicle, although the MWR may well be light enough to manhandle back onto the track. The edge of the track drops away quite significantly along there, where the tarmac has been built up with the recent surface application. But the ground level adjacent to it is low, so if you drop a wheel over there, it's good night. And that's the motorcyclists again were saying they wouldn't be able to get back after that, and I think some of the lightweight cars couldn't come back onto the tarmac in that respect. But yep, the recovery vehicle very quickly on site. to Ben Bonfield will be pushed back to the beginning of the tyre warming area, and he can sit there in his crash helmet and visualize the climb that he next wants to achieve. I think that's what the sports psychologists say you should do. While we've got a lull in proceedings, just repeat the lost property situation. We have a pair of glasses that have been found, spectacle type glasses, not sunglasses. Glasses to improve your sight. Been handed in at the commentary position. So if you'd like to just check your belongings, see if you've got everything that you think you should, particularly with regard to glasses and spectacles. So if you find you're missing something, then pop along to the commentary position, which is the caravan type unit just out in front of Wiscombe House. Yet more activity in the lost property market, but this is a bit more serious. This is a wallet which has credit cards, etc. I've just opened it up, and it belongs to one of the competitors today. So if you're a competitor, a driver of a saloon car, then check your overalls, your pockets or whatever, and see if you've missing some notes as well as a wallet. That too is held at the commentary position. So a wallet and a set of spectacles. So Marshall's working away up beyond the S's. Just carrying out a bit of tidying up now. The car has been recovered, so just sweeping to be done. Some of the marshals look a bit weary. Been a busy day as they make their way back to the their post and the recovery vehicle on up Castle Straight with the MWR and Tom Short. So the MW are now safely dropped off in the top paddock. Just get the recovery vehicle back on post at the top of the S's. And then we should be good to go again. So, course vehicle now has checked that recovery vehicle's back on post, making its way back to its own standby position at Wiscombe. And the red flag should be coming in as he makes his way down the hill. And that gives us a track that's ready to go, hopefully. Ben Bonfield next to go. Yep, red flags are in. Tyres are all nice and clean. Father Tony's been making sure they're in up to optimum condition. Fire up the motor and yep, very brief bit of tyre warming, and then up to the start line for Ben. Let's see, he's in second place at the moment in the 1100 racing car class on a time of 37.83. Ed Hollier leads the way with 37.15. So the Taunton driver away in 2.35 seconds. So good start, and now feeling his way through the S's. And the time there, 18.21. So a low 18-second climb is okay. Might have liked to have seen a 17 there, but cleanly through Martini all the way up as Ed Hollier is heading off to Bunny's Leap, and Bonfield completes the climb in 38.31. 38.31 for Ben Bonfield, so that there's no use to him. No, Ben Wheeler in second place actually on 37.83. Ed Hollier leading the way. Let's see now, we have Carol Nichols from the 1100 to 1600 class. Ed Hollier, car number 22, then completes the climb. Is there an improvement? It's a 37.1, so 5/100ths of a second found. Keeps him in the first place, but not helping him in the battle for fastest time of the day. Ed not quite happy with the handling, while many of the drivers have been enthusing about the performance of their cars with the new tarmac. Ed's got, well, actually the verdict's out at the moment, not quite enjoying things in that respect, and is working away to try and find some improvement on the grip levels as across the finish line. Time for Carol Nichols, it's a 52.17. Steve Snell out on the hill, 19.64 with the Ralt RT34, the 1600cc machine, as the current event leader Andrew Forsyth is away over Bunny's Leap, launched in 2.28 seconds. Andrew thought he might have been overdriving a little bit on his first time run this morning, but of course the cloud covers come over, so the temperature levels have changed. Is there a performance gain to be had for Andrew Forsyth? Steve Snell at the top in 40.72, and Forsyth over the line still at 36, and an improved time, 36.30. 36.30 for Andrew Forsyth, so just opening up the lead there in Class E2. Tony Wiltshire then makes his charge. He knows how to achieve a fastest time of the day here at Wiscombe with the British touring car Peugeot engine unit in the back of the Ralt RT34. Tony up towards Martini and around over the finish line in a time of 38.02. 38.02 for the Newton Abbott driver. So not quite on his earlier form of 37.61. So Tony Wiltshire there now on his own with out the challenge of Philip Montgomery Smith, who was going well yesterday until a little bit of an off-course excursion brought his day to an end. Paul Crute, non-starter with the OMS 28 in the over 2 litre racing car class. So Forsyth remains fastest on 36.30, and hoping that there may be a brace of wins across the weekend for the Shillingstone driver. So it's bring back those cars from the top of the hill, and then we can push on with the motorcycles from the National Hill Climb Association, the solos, and so they'll be back out for their timed runs in due course. They're all amassed, ready to go, and they'll be fired up the hill in quick succession as we look to complete these runs and go into the final runs of the afternoon. Now the lost property front, if Steve Hepworth would like to make his way to the commentary position, we hold something of his possessions, which he might be quite keen to be reunited with. So Steve Hepworth, we have some lost property of yours in the commentary position. So out come the motorcycles then, ready for their first timed run. And that means Patrick Evans down to the line. Ooh, I hope he doesn't collide with the course vehicle. Ooh. No, we're all okay. Good job on their motorcycles. They can move over to one side. That is convenient. Right, good for Patrick Evans then. What happened there, he says. Never mind, he's down on the start line, ready to go. Patrick looking to improve on his practice run of 46.18, or his second practice run of 46.18. Into gear and quickly away in launch time of 2.67 seconds. 249cc KTM then being urged on by Patrick as he's over Bunny's Leap. Down, getting his balance right as he leans the bike through the S's. This way and that. Just keeps it away from the bank on the way up to Saw Bench Hairpin. Comes in early on the apex, goes a bit deep on the exit, stays away from the bank on the outside. Out of the S's in 22.30. And now round Martini and over the finish line with a time of 46.72. 46.72 for Patrick Evans. Andy Rayner then was off the line in 3.08 and left the S's in 27.16. Making his way along Castle Straight with the Yamaha YZ. No dramas at Martini. And completes his climb in 55.84. 55.84 for Andy Rayner. Anthony Isaac on the hill as Mike Tilley leaves Wisk Corner with the Honda CR 280cc machine. Tilley launching in 2.60 seconds. Anthony Isaac now through the S's in 28.86 on the 350cc Velocette. Isaac about to complete his climb then at the top at a time of 60.31. Tilley going well on the Honda CR. Quickly up to Martini. Finds the apex and completes his climb in 45.76. Fastest rider in the 251 to 350 class. As across the parkland goes Callum Short on his 450cc KTM. Ahead of him on the track is Jamie Mitchell with the BRC. Jamie completes his climb in 42.06. 42.06 for number 2. As out of Wiscombe. So Callum Short at the top, number 7. So Richard Baker at the top on bike 511, 47.22. Gary Vernon with the TM 525 is a 49.42. So time's a little bit shy of prior to the lunch break, with the deterioration of temperatures, etc. We now go to 553, and that is Richard Peaty with the Husqvarna, time of 45.05. Simon Wilson at the top with his Honda CRF 557 at a time of 49.75, and 569 Phil Clark with the Husaberg, stopping the clocks on 51.48. Steve Butler also completes his first official climb with the Suzuki RMZ on 587, his time 47.56. Keith Haynes rapidly to the top, the Weymouth driver with the Aprilia, rider with the Aprilia 590 at a time of 44.51. And Trevor Stacey out of the S's at 26.61 with the Honda CRF, rounding Saul Bench hairpin as on his way up the hill from the 501 750 class. Paul Jeffrey, the reigning champion, with the KTM SMR, and over the line in 54.03 goes Trevor Stacey. 54.03 for 592. Paul Jeffrey then out of the S's in 20.47 and powering his way to the top. So the motorcycle's firing on up the hill. Paul Jeffrey's time then, number 1, is a 42.31. Tom Short running as number 4, 42.31 is Paul Jeffrey. 42.31, car number 1. Bike number 4 even, 41.34. Guy Ursel with his KTM on number 5 is a 43.41, and B6 was Pete Short, and he's made it to the top in 43.66. Mark Short with his Aprilia like 700 stops the clocks on 44.72, and now we have Chris Keats in the top paddock with his KTM 744 on 44.65. So away off the line now goes Tommy Hodges with the Team GV KTM. Tommy winding on the power of this 613cc machine as he comes up over Bunny's Leap and through the gate. Launched in 2.43 seconds. So this is effectively the first time run of the bikes. Mark Stafford in the top paddock on 50.03, 50.03 for 753 Mark Stafford. Tommy Hodges 777 then rounding Martini and finds the finish line in 41.85. Cadan Harris away off the line in 2.66 seconds. So for those of you at the top of the hill, the organisers have taken the decision that as time is progressing through the afternoon, we're now 4, that the car meeting today has been concluded. There will be no more cars out on the hill. Because the motorcycle brigade have sacrificed their practice run this morning, then they will complete this run and take an additional run. So basically, whether you're on four wheels, 3 wheels, 2 wheels, whatever, you'll get 3 climbs of the hill today. That was found to be equitable and fair across the entry. So there'll be no more car activity for the rest of the afternoon. It's all about the motorcycles from the National Hill Climb Association. So Cadan Harris 798 in the top paddock from the 501 750 class with his Husaberg on a time of 48.06. Stu Mills on the hill, actually just completing his run with the KTM in a time of 45.27. Now looking at the 750cc and above division. Massive tyre warming exercise being carried out by Matthew Mogridge with the Suzuki TL 1000S. Let's see how Alan Jolly is performing. 21.32 out of the S's with the KTM. He's now at the top end of Castle Straight through Martini and over the finish line in 44.69. Gareth Plunkett is the next man up, launched in 2.92 seconds. Left the S's behind in 25.90. Now he's at Saw Bench. Takes an early apex there and winds the power on. As Warming got away off the line in 2.74 seconds. Now conquers the S's in 21.57. Time for 814 is a 52.69. 52.69 for Gareth Plunkett. David Norris is way off the line with the Triumph in 2.69 seconds as Matthew Mogridge completes his climb with a 44.31 on board the Suzuki. Way off the line goes Alison Self with the Honda VTR, basically a 966cc unit, so a big bike. David Norris then, 826, rounds Martini and over the line in 45.59. Peter Ford launches the Suzuki supercharged machine in 2.5 seconds. With Mark Williams next to run with his Honda VTR. Alison Self out of the S's in 28.65. Now on the brakes for Martini. Takes the left-handed neat and tidy and completes the climb with a time of 59.07. 59.07 for Alison Self. Peter Ford then left the S's behind in 22.08 and he navigates the hairpin at Martini with success and completes the climb in 46.32. That's 8.64 and a time of 46.32. Across the parkland goes David Peat with his 796cc KTM, and Simon and Jane Foster prepare themselves on the start line with the Honda F2. Jane getting into position just like a sprinter on the athletics course. Niels steps onto the platform, then lies across the back wheel, gets the weight working to best advantage, then casts herself out wide on the inside of Wisk Corner, keep that inside wheel on the tarmac. Launched in 2.8 seconds. Time for Mark Williams, 8.71 with the Honda. That's a 45.83. 45.83. Dave Peat then also at the top as Kevin and Sarah Jewell aboard the Windle Kawasaki. And now over Bunny's Leap with this 500cc machine. But the Fosters are around Martini and over the finish line in 46.25. 46.25 for Simon and Jane Foster. The dual combo out of the S's in 26.35. Now proceeding along Castle Straight. The Windle Kawasaki now being braked by Kevin Jewell and nicely balanced around on the curb and over the finish line in 55.28. 55.28 for 9.88. Kevin and Sarah Jewell on the Windle Kawasaki. So that constituted the motorcycles' first run of the afternoon, and they now come back down from the top of the hill and will go again to complete their day's sport and complete the meeting today, brought to you by Wildlife Autosport, with the National Hillclimb Association providing the motorcycle interest. So a testing day in a number of areas. But with one more run for the motorcycles, then the awards presentation to bring this weekend to a conclusion here at Wiscombe Park. And of course next week we have the 500 Owners Club on the Saturday takeover for the Sunday, May the 21st. And then the date in the diary for the end of July is the British Championship meeting here on the 29th and 30th. And then early September we will see Taunton Motor Club and Burnham-on-Sea back here as part of the 5 clubs, the syndicate, on the 2nd and 3rd of September. The MG Car Club have a meeting dedicated to MGs, low production specialist sports cars, etc., collectibles, all sorts of interesting machinery. That's September the 9th. Following day, yep, it's National Hillclimb Association again with the Arnold Gimlet Speed Hillclimb. That is purely motorcycles all day long. And then final meeting, a new addition to the calendar, the Wiscombe Manor Farm meeting, 2-day event, September the 23rd and 24th. So the motorcycles now in for a quick turnaround. They'll group themselves up, ready to go again. See if they can improve on that recently posted time. So motorcycles all formed up to go again, and they'll be led out by Patrick Evans once we have the track all clear for the final run of the day. Patrick with the KTM be looking to improve on that time he put together not many minutes ago of 46.72. Patrick away in 2.65 seconds. Now on the brakes through the gate. Just leaning the bike, getting his foot down, getting the weight distribution right. Got nice bit of flow through the S's. Out of there in 21.92 and are now around Stoppage as we see Andy Rayner from the 251 to 350 class go through the gate, and at the top of the hill it's a 46.02 for Patrick Evans, so an improvement there. 46.02 his best of the day. Andy Rayner then with the Yamaha YZ, 27.14 out of the S's. Anthony Isaac off the line in 3.19, but Rayner completes his climb by 3:16 and 55.65. So again, just as with Patrick Evans, that's his best. So maybe a little bit of heat still in the tyres, and they go again nice and quickly. So lots of grip. Mike Tilley used that grip off the line with a launch of 2.63 seconds. And time for Anthony Isaac 3:65 is a 59.87. So Isaac breaking under 60 seconds for the first time today. Mike Tilley meanwhile leaves the S's behind in 21.57 as he powers out of Martini and over the line in 45.08. So the Honda rider's best climb 45.08. And we move on to the 351 500cc class. Callum Short out of the S's in 21.44. He completes his climb in 44.45. Richard Baker following him up the hill. He's cleared the S's in 22.53 with the Honda CRF. Now on Castle Straight. Makes the most of the racing line through and over the finish line in 46.91. As towards Bunny's Leap we have Richard Peaty with the Husqvarna. Gary Vernon completing his climb in 49.12 on the TM, 49.12, so he's found 0.3 of a second on his second visit to the hill. Richard Peaty meanwhile out of the S's in 22.14 as across the parkland goes Simon Wilson with the Honda CRF, and at the top we finish in a time of 45.19 from Richard Peaty, 45.19, so that's 0.14 shy of his first climb. And we now have Phil Clark with the 500 Husaberg on the approach to the gate. Simon Wilson approaching Martini, 23.92 in the S's for Wilson and the Honda, and it's a 49.18 at the top of the hill. Phil Clark's clear of the S's in 25.04 with the Husaberg. Now powering along top end of Castle Straight. Phil on the brakes and over the finish line in 50.89. So he's improved from a 51.48 to a 50.89. As we turn our attention to Stephen Butler aboard the Suzuki RMZ, already up into Martini and through and over the line in 47.14. So he's found just over 4/10 of a second on that second climb. Keith Haynes with the Aprilia SXV, 21.69 in the S's, and now quickly into Martini, smoothly braked and over the line in 45.18. So it looked good, but not quite as fast as his earlier climb of 44.51. As around Wiscombe then late, he was off the line in 2.46 seconds. So Jamie leading the way in the 351 500cc class with a first run climb of 42.06. Paul Jeffrey way off the line with the KTM SMR in a time of 2.38. So 800ths up on Jamie Mitchell. So Tommy Hodges in the 750 class has already climbed in 41.85. Trevor Tacey's time, kart bike 592, is a 54.31. Paul Jeffrey then at the top, bike number 1 in 41.60. Tom Short next to complete, out of the S's with the KTM on 19.49 and over the line in 40.86. So despite the reduction in temperatures, there's still time to be found. Tom Short, 4th in last year's championship, getting us down into the 42nd bracket with a 40.86. Next up, Guy Ursel, clear of the S's in 21.3 on his KTM. He's now hard on the pad. Now he changes that to braking performance and over the finish line in 43.76. 43.76. So Guy not quite on the pace of his earlier run. Pete Short has already said au revoir to the S's in 20.55 with the 637 KTM. Now braking, turning in early for Martini Hairpin and completing his climb in 43.12. So he found just over half a second there on that second climb this afternoon. Next around Chris Keats with the 560cc KTM. We have Mark Short on the hill. Coming up Castle Straight, he was 21.16 with the Aprilia SXV at around Martini to clock 44.46. With next to go 753 Mark Stafford with the KTM SMC. So fastest in the 501 750 class at the moment, Tom Short on 50.86, but Tommy Hodges has designs on trying to improve on that as he puts a bit of temperature into the rear tyre on the KTM and makes his way to the start line. So time for 744 Chris Keats is a 44.57. Mark Stafford 753. at the top of the hill. As away off the line goes Hodges, launches in 2.49 seconds. Time for Stafford 7.53 was a 50.65. Hodges with a 40.86 to beat. Out of the S's in 19.98, and overcooking it at Martini with a 54.89 was Mark Stafford, I think. 54.89 for 7.63. Hodges then, what is he going to achieve? It's a 41.68, so he made a better time, but not on the pace of Tom Short. Caden Harris last to run in the 501 750 class with the Husaberg. Clocked to 22.45 at the S's as Stu Mills takes us into the 750 plus cc class, and Harris is over the line in 46.69. So Tom Short the fastest in the 501 750 class. And back in the 500 division looks like Jamie Mitchell with that 41.90 doing the business. So Stu Mills round Martini and over the line in 45.31. And from the first time runs we're looking 44.31. 44.31 appears to be the fastest for Matthew Mogridge with the Suzuki TL. Alan Jolly then out of the S's in 21.14 with his KTM, smoothly through Martini and over the line in 44.43. So he's found just over 2/10 of a second. As off the line goes 8.19. Matthew Mogridge launched in 2.74 seconds. So his quest is to improve on that first run time of 44.31. Gareth Plunkett now coming up to complete his final run of the weekend with a time of 51.92. So he's found an improvement there, down from 52.69. As Alison Self with the Honda VTR readies herself for the second and final climb of the afternoon. Bike 819, Matthew Mogridge completes in 44.09, 44.09. So we got that improvement, just over 2/10 of a second to the good there. David Norris with the Triumph out of the S's in 22.01 and completes the run in 45.11. Out west across the parkland goes Peter Ford aboard the supercharged Suzuki 750 cc's. Alison Self clears the S's on 27.26. As away off the start line goes Mark Williams with his Honda VTR. So two VTRs on the hill, Alison Self and Mark Williams. Alison Self 8.50 completes her climb in a time of 57.65. So good improvement, down from 59.04. And the last to run in the class, the last solo to run today, the KTM of David Peat. He's 2.38 seconds off of the start line. 8.64. Peter Ford completes his climb in 46.42. Mark Williams out of the S's in 21.99 as Simon and Jane Foster prepare for their final run with the 600cc Honda Formula 2. 46.25 is their target, and a start in 2.8 1:08.86 seconds is their contribution to making that happen. Mark Williams then over the line, 8:71 in 46.16. David Peat also finishing his line 45.06. So that's the solos done and dusted as Kevin and Sarah Jewell are out on the hill, launched in 2.87 seconds. That's just 100th off the line slower than the Formula 2 Honda, which is now over the finish line in a time of 45 seconds dead, 45.00. So Simon and Jane finding over 1 second on their final climb of the weekend. The Windle Kawasaki then out of the bench hairpin along Castle Straight, past the crossover, now into the braking area at Martini. Kevin giving himself plenty of room, and around the bend and over the line in 53.31. So Kevin and Sarah, they're almost taking almost 2 seconds improvement there. It's the running on the hill for today. On behalf of the Wildlife Autosport for the cars and the National Hillclimb Association on the motorcycles. And we now have a prize giving for the successful drivers, with Andrew Forsyth being the fastest, having now taken 2 fastest time of the day awards here this weekend on a second climb of 36.30. So he's added to his trophy cabinet. A little bit more cleaning of trophies to be done. So we have a big thank you to all the marshals from Wildlife Autosport. Worked very hard in numerous directions today. All volunteers, your support and assistance well and truly appreciated, for marshals and officials alike. So as we go towards the awards presentation from Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, I wish you a safe journey home, good hill climbing, and look forward to seeing you back here at Wiscombe Park.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.